The President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. The Grafia can report on the attendance of the parties. Grafia, Mr. President, all parties are present. The survivor, who is also a civil party, is also present for today's testimony. The President, court officer, can you invite the civil party, Jummai, into the courtroom? The President, uncle, what is your name? My name is Jummai. Question. Do you have any other names besides Jummai? So your official name is Mang, not Mai. So your official name is Jum Mang, and Mai is your alias. Is this correct? Jummai, Mr. President, Your Honors, both national and international judges, and my respects to all the lawyers and the co-prosecutors and also the civil parties lawyers. My respect also to the noble monks, both and as well as national and international audience. The President, how old are you this year, uncle? I am 79 years old, says Jummai. Question. What is your current address? I live at Stang Mien Chai quarter, Stang Mien Chai district. Question: What is your current occupation? Response: I do not work at the moment. Question: Regarding this criminal case filed, you lodged your application as a civil party, and the question is, do you seek reparation for yourself, or do you waive your rights to your lawyer to seek for reparation on your behalf? I lodged my application, and regarding the reparation, I gave the right to my lawyer to act on my behalf. Question: As a civil party, what is your connection to the facts alleged to the accused? Response: I am involved with the facts because the accused alleged that I was part of a CIA or KGB network. Question: So the fact on the accused is related to the S21 Security Office, or does it relate to the Pre-Sorry Education Office? Response: It is related to S21 or Tulslang. Question: And is it your direct involvement as a victim there, or on your relatives, or is it both your involvement and your relatives' involvement? Response: I and my family decided to make application to be a civil party to this case. Question: The question is whether you yourself directly suffered from the act alleged in the facts. Uncle, before the 17th April 1975, where did you live and what was your occupation? Response: Before 1975, I was a mechanic fixing tractors, cars, for example. And where was you at the time? In Phnom Penh, says Chumai. Question: And on the 17th April 1975, when the Khmer Rouge soldiers entered Phnom Penh, where were you and what were you doing? Response: In 1974, I was in Phnom Penh. President, court officer, that is okay. Uncle, on the 17th April 1975, And you already told us your previous response already. What we want is to know about your connection to the S21 office, but we want to know about your situation from the 17th April 75 until the 7th of January 1979. However, there would be stages that we would question you. So first of all, we want to know on the 17th April 1975, where were you and what did you do? In 1975, on that day, I was with the Prince Chang Riang Say at Chibamon in Kampong Spu province. Actually, in 1974, Chan Riang Say had me transferred to Phnom Penh. So I was taken by a helicopter from Chibamon to Phnom Penh, and he advised me that I should go home for now, and if I needed you, I would call you back. The President, we want to know the event on the 17th April 1975 when the Khmer Rouge entered Phnom Penh. What did you do and where were you at the time? Let me continue and I will reach that point. When I entered Phnom Penh, the Khmer Rouge were shelling from Prasad, from Vihir Sur into Phnom Penh, also from Tak Mau into Phnom Penh. So a lot of locations were burned. In Taklaok, for example, so the shelling was from every direction. At that time, the Khmer Rouge entered at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was near the vicinity of Psa Depot at the time. When the Khmer Rouge entered, some female soldiers came into the city with one of the trouser sleeves pulled up and carrying the B-40 rocket launcher. The question is, so you were in Phnom Penh on that day, right? And were you evacuated by the Khmer Rouge force on the day or when? And which direction were you evacuated to? Mr. President, when they entered, everybody, including myself, raised a white flag to congratulate them. Everybody cheered. However, in the afternoon, at about 5:30 p.m., they walked from house to house and informed us that we had to leave Phnom Penh 5 kilometers away from Phnom Penh because the Americans were about to bomb the city. Question, so the Khmer Rouge evacuated you? To which direction? So at that time some people refused to leave and the Khmer Rouge shot them. 2 or 3 of those people fell on the ground. I was scared, so I collected my family and then we moved. We went near toward the Pet Luk Song hospital and the road was so full we could hardly walk. And we reached the Kla. It was near dusk already, so I rested near the Kopsra area for one night. Later on, I made my journey to break Pno, and when we reached break Pno, it was night time, and since I could not find any water in order to cook rice, so I took my children and my wife to stay near the river bank in order to get some water. And at that time, because it was dark, I actually stepped on dead bodies along the riverbank. So after I cooked meal, we ate and then we rested. And at 4 p.m., we were chased again to move on. So we continued our journey. On the left side, there was a pond, a fish pond, but because the fish did not have anything to eat, and I saw the bloated dead bodies in the pond, and the fish was eating those dead bodies. So along the road from Pno, we saw stacks of dead bodies everywhere. And so you reach what crew? Where was it? Jumay. It's near Prekadam. So we continue the journey, and we were asked to cross the river to the east side of the river. That night it rained, and one of my children got a diarrhea and a high fever, and I did not have any medicine for him. So I went to ask for medicine from Onka, and I walked to find Onka, but I could not find any Onka. So when I asked to see Onka, I was told to move on, but I could not find who was Onka, and as a result, my son died. Then I borrowed a hoe, and then I dug the ground and buried my son. He was 2 years old at the time. Later on, we continued our journey. It was difficult for us because there was no shelter or shade for us to rest. And under each tree, people just gathered around to make big crowd. So it was so hard, so miserable. And we continued our journey until Chương Knok near Thnol Kaing, and we were stopped there. I didn't know what else to do, and then we were ordered to go behind the Chương Knok Pagoda, and we were asked to stay there temporarily. We stayed there, and on that night it rained again, so we stayed under the house of the local villagers. In the next morning, I went to the rice fields to find food, looking for crabs. Then I saw a bus, and an announcement was made through a loudspeaker looking for any mechanics, that Onka is looking for mechanic to go and work in Phnom Penh. So I told them that I was a mechanic. Then I was given a letter of authorization. So with that letter of authorization, I saw the people who was in charge there, and I was told that I should not go during the day, but I should go in late afternoon. So in late afternoon, we left, and when we reached Prekadam, I handed the paper to the chief there, and I was told to wait there until there would be more mechanics coming. So together there were 7 mechanics, including Ta Chin, Ta Soon, Ta Peng, and the 7 of us. were asked to come to Phnom Penh. And I asked, what about my family? And I was told, don't worry about the family. They can stay here and Angka would look after your family. So I boarded the boat and we traveled on the boat and we got off the boat in Risay Kao, and I showed the letter to Kamrat Srur, who was in charge of boat repair section there. So in the morning, the 7 of us were asked to fix the boats. From what I can recall, we fixed more than 10 boats. So after we completed the repair, then the soldiers were loaded full on each boat, and the boats departed to Krocheh province. And later on, I was asked if I could fix or repair a tractor or a car, and I told them, yes, I could fix tractors and cars. And Kamrat Srur asked whether I could drive them as well, and I told him yes. Then I was asked to drive the bulldozer into the ferry and another vehicle into the ferry. And those vehicles were sent to Krocheh province. So I was also asked to board the ferry in order to drive the tractor and the tracks on the other side of the river bank. And next day I returned. So when I returned to my work location, then I was requested if I knew all the pieces or spare pieces of the tractor, and when they knew I knew, then I was transferred to O Risay. So when we were at the Risay camp, there were 6 of us, but when I was transferred to O Risay, I was instructed to collect the tools from the houses in order to put them in the warehouse. Then Kamrat Kun asked me whether I could fix the loudspeaker, and I told him yes. So I was asked to repair the loudspeakers in the middle of the O Risay market. So I fixed those loudspeakers for about 3 or 4 months, and later on we were told that we no longer needed to collect those tools. Instead, Angka required us to collect sewing machines in order to sew black clothes. So we collected sewing machines. Altogether, we collected 17,000 sewing machines. And after that, we saw women who came to that factory to sew the black clothes. There were about 1,000 women and roughly 200 men to the sewing machine factory. So we started working there from 75 until 77, and in 1978, this is, I just briefly summarized the event. I was ordered to repair vehicles in Vietnam. That's what I was told. But before they told me that, Kamrat Kun, who was my boss, was already arrested. And then Chum came to replace him. And a few months later, Chum was arrested and replaced by Kamrat Yong. I was not sure, but according to Dutch, Kamrat Jong or another Jong was in charge of that location. And after Jong disappeared, another female from Ta Keo named Van came to replace at that location, which was called Go Nang. And also another comrade, Lim, came to work in that location. And that was the time that I was called and instructed to go and repair vehicles because Angka plans to attack Vietnam. So the three of us did not object and we volunteered to go. And in the morning, we carried the tools to depart from Go 9 in Lambretta. However, we were told that we did not need to bring the tools. We just go by ourselves. So we boarded the Lambretta. And along the way, I did not know that because I saw the fence of the zinc fence, I could not see what was inside. So we were brought into Tool Slang, but I did not know that place was called Tool Slang at the time. Later on, we were put into the house which was opposite Tool Slang. Once we disembarked from Lambretta, we were arrested and handcuffed, and our scarf on our neck was used to blindfold us. And then we were walked inside the compound. While I was walking, I told the person that, brother, please look after my family. Then that person kicked me and I fell on the ground. And he said, you motherfucker, Angka needs to smash you all. You don't need to think about your family. Then I was taken into the room and my height was taken and I was photographed. I was so... The method used was so hot. It was always hot, not cold method or other method as Dutch claimed. We were scolded, we were called contemptible this or contemptible that. And they asked me about my biography and I told him I was from Kampong Lavia Commune, Kampong Trabai District and Prey Veng Province. Then they took my photographs and they took my shirt off and my pants off. I only had my shorts. And my shoes were also taken away. And my hands were cuffed to the back and I was blindfolded. Then they walked me to the location where I was detained, and actually I told the co-investigating judges of that location already. So I was placed into that cell. They shackled my legs, then they took off the cuffs and unblindfolded me. Then they used a piece of cloth to conceal the cell, and I could see the guards walking up and down the corridor. And at about 1 o'clock, then a person came to cuff my hands to the back, blindfolded me, and then they unshackled my legs. Then the person pulled my earlobes to stand up, and I was walked to the stairs, and then they pulled my earlobes to go down and instructed me that you go down. So I went down to the sub building. So whenever I had to go up the stair, my earlobe was pulled up, and when I reached a room, I was ordered to sit. Then my legs were shackled and the handcuffs were taken off. After I was unblindfolded, I saw the fresh blood nearby. I didn't know which person the blood belonged to.
And then later on, they started to interrogate me. They asked me to tell them the truth, how many of us joined the CIA and KGB, and I put my hands together and pleaded them to spare my life, and they told me not to do that to them because they were not monks. And then I told them I did not know any CIA or KGB, and truly I did not know these terms. I heard of them, but I never knew the roles of those people. And then I asked them again to, I used the term Lok or Mr. And using the term resulted in the beatings, like 50 lashes. And then I did not know how I could ask them for forgiveness, so I called them brother. So before I could use the term brother, then I were inflicted with 100 lashes already, and then they started to interrogate me further. One day, while I was being interrogated, and then they were beating me, and then I put my hands up to protect myself, then it broke my fingers. And one day they removed my nails from the toes, and I was trembling in pain. And later on, about 10 days later, I was electrocuted. It was the direct electrical wire from the wall attached to the very fresh current, not the one like Dutch mentioned about electric telephone, something like that. So then I was electrocuted, and I could hear some kind of sound in my ears, and the person who beat me up called contemptible saying, I'm sorry to say contemptible saying, that, and Ho has a scar on his cheek. But after my research, I found out that 3 of them already died. So I would like to tell this to Dutch, that Dutch did not beat me personally, directly, otherwise he would not have the day to see the sunlight. I just would like to be frank. Mr. President, Uncle Chumai, please be well behaved and make sure that you be more ethical and try to avoid attacking any individual, because it is more about the legal proceedings, and the trial chamber appreciates your time to come to testify before us, and that you should refrain from being so unkind to those people that we know that the senior leaders of Khmer Rouge or people during the Khmer Rouge regime, and we would like you to try your best to tell us the truth, and of course the chamber will use your testimony as evidence in our decision. So let's leave it for the chamber to make the final judgment. So could you please proceed further with your story, and you can keep talking until telling us until the country was liberated by the support of the Vietnamese troops. So please tell us more about it, especially the condition when you were detained at S21, and also the situation when you left S21 and returned to Phnom Penh. The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Before we proceed further, when the floor is given to the prosecutors, the Chamber would like to inform the parties to the proceeding concerning the schedule for hearing the testimony of the witness raised by the party. So the Chamber would like to inform that we have our actual plan to hear the witnesses starting from the second week of July. Then by then we will have the planned schedule, because now we have been waiting to select the witnesses to be heard here, except witnesses KW24, because yesterday the Chamber told the parties and has given the opportunity to the prosecutor to give their remarks concerning the removal of witness KW24. So after the decision is made regarding that witness, the Chamber will issue the schedule, the actual schedule to the parties, and we believe that it is not yet too late for issuing such schedule, because during this week we are going to hear only the survivors of the S21. We would like now give the floor to the prosecutors to put questions to Uncle Jummai. The prosecutors are advised that you have 30 minutes to put such questions. The floor is yours. Mr. Tan Senarong. Thank you, the President, Your Honors. Since the time is limited, the prosecutor would like to put the questions straightforward to the witness. Mr. Jummai, during the times when you were detained at S21, have you recognized any cadres in clearly? Response. Mr. Co-Prosecutor, I have not recognized those people clearly, because during the time before I was sent into S21, I was blindfolded. The next question, said the prosecutor, when you were being tortured and interrogated, how many people interrogated you during the 12 days and nights, as you said, and were the interrogators the same people, or were there new faces also? Response. At that time, not only Comrade Singh interrogated me, that also interrogated me too. Ho did not interrogated me, he only beat me up. Question. When you were beaten physically, which part of your body were you hit? Response. I could not defend myself. I was put to sit on the floor while my ankles were shackled, and when I hurt so much, I used my hands to protect me, and this led to the fingers broken. So, question, so you were beaten on the body. Have any scars left so far on your body? Response. Nothing left. No scars is left except the toes and the fingers. The President interrupts. Uncle May, could you please be reminded again that wait until you see the red light, otherwise your response would not be communicated because interpreter would not be able to get your message across. The court official, could you please move the mic away from him a little bit so that he can see the red light when it is on? Okay, so please move ahead with your questions. Question. Can I seek your clarification that the three people saying that and Ho, were they all present every time during the 12 days and 12 nights when you were being interrogated? Response. Sometimes I saw Comrade Tit who came to interrogate me for a few days, and then they took turn. Then Tit would come, but Ho only came to torture me with a stick. When the stick was broken, he would take another stick to beat me. Question. Who took a record of your testimony or confession? Did you give a thumbprint on the confession? Response. At that time, Singh had a typewriter on the table. After interrogation, then if I did not respond, then they would beat me up, and then they would type something. The prosecutor, so there was only one person who interrogated you and one who did the typing. Response. One person took two roles. I mean, he beat me up, and after that he typed. So the same person performed two tasks, beating and working on the typewriter. But the Ho only came to beat me once, while the other two would come regularly. Question. You said you were electrocuted during the 12 days and 12 nights of interrogation. In which day were you electrocuted? Response. I was shocked maybe on the 8th or 9th day. Question. When you were led to work at the workshop to fix the sewing machine, do you remember whether the workshop is close to the place where One Nat would paint his paintings? Response. It was a bit far from one another. One Nat worked on his paintings in the workshop, but I worked outside of the fence to the other part near the kitchen. Question: Have you ever heard any cries or screams from children or people who would have been detained there? Response: At that time, I didn't think I could hear anything because we heard children cries and we heard female and male who exchange verbal attacks and then it too noisy to hear other things. Question: Thank you. When you were detained, the accused and Wanat already stated that the trousers or the pants that were given to you or other prisoner did not have the string or a rubber string. So were you given such a pants with such string? Response: the pants that I was given had a elastic string, but before I went to S21, I made use of a car inner tube for my elastic string to hold my trousers. The prosecutor: Thank you. So when you were put to work at the workshop with Wanat, there were 15 people. Is that correct? The president interrupts. Dear uncle, could you please wait to listen to the question and then wait a moment until the translation is finished so that you can answer, but please respond only when the light is on. The prosecutor: When you were gathered and put into a painting room, then you said that there were 15 people. Is that correct? Response: That's correct. Question: Did you see women also inside that workshop? Response: I did not see any women. Question: When you left the prison for Prey-Saw, did you notice that the women also left with you? Because the accused said that Light Dara, who was the medic and who was the niece of Nuon Chea, also left on the 7th of January 1979 while the Vietnamese troops were approaching. So did she go with you to Prey-Saw at that time? Response: I did not see any women going with me. While we left Tuol Slang, we stopped at the corner intersection. I did not see any women. And then when we reached Wat San Sam Kok Sal, and for the whole night we spent there, I did not see any women. And then we moved further until we reached Prey-Saw, and I did not see any women there. And at dawn we left Prey-Saw until we got to Ong Snul, the watermelon plantation, that I saw a few women and I saw my wife. The co-prosecutor: Thank you, Mr. Chumai. For answering my questions, I would like to give this opportunity to my colleague to put further questions. The President, the co-prosecutor, the floor is yours.
Mr. Counsel and Mr. Chumai, good afternoon. I just have a few questions in relation to your testimony this morning. And the first question is, when you left Phnom Penh in 1975, on the 17th of April, you said you were forced out by the Khmer Rouge. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct.
And on the way out to Phnom Penh, you said the roads were full, people leaving Phnom Penh, and you said that 3 people were shot. You saw 3 people shot. Can you tell the court who those people were? Were they soldiers or civilians? And can you also tell the court who actually shot them? This is on the way out of Phnom Penh.
Response. I probably cannot catch your question. Could you please repeat? Because I did not say that 3 people were shot. I don't remember saying that this morning.
I apologise, I may have misheard you. In any event, on the way out of Phnom Penh, you said there were a number of dead bodies. Can you tell the court whether those dead bodies appeared to be soldiers or civilians?
Response. I did not inspect the dead bodies seriously, but I saw the swollen bodies and I stepped on them. And when I fetched the water and after cooking my meal at about 4 a.m., we were forced out and moved further on National Road number 5, and along the road we could see the fish ponds, and we saw the dead body lying along the road and in those ponds, and we saw fish feeding on those corpses, and we just proceeded further.
Thank you. From your experience from leaving Phnom Penh, are you able to say what happened to people that decided that they didn't want to go? From your observations, are you able to say?
Response. I think I talked already about the situation at Sa Depot. When the Khmer Rouge came, we put up a white cloth to cheer them up along with the other people. And later in the afternoon, about 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., then the Khmer Rouge told us that we had to leave Phnom Penh 5 kilometers far from Phnom Penh to avoid being bombarded by the Americans. So we first did not want to leave, but then they forced us and opened fires, and a few people collapsed. That's why I could not stand any longer, but I came home and brought with me the family to leave Phnom Penh.
And I'm sorry to raise this again, but you said that after you were evacuated or forced out of Phnom Penh, that your 2-year-old son died. Can you tell the court whether your son was sick before he left Phnom Penh, or was it through the process of being evacuated that he became ill and died?
Response. My child had not been sick before. When we spent sometime at the location where I saw the corpse, he was falling ill, and then we crossed the river to the other side of the river, and then it rained, and my child developed a diarrhea and fever, and I asked for some medicines from Angka, but I would be referred to another person who would be the Angka, but I could never find the Angka to get the medicine, and later on the sickness was severe until he died, and I buried him before we could travel or move further.
Thank you. Perhaps now if we could move to S21, when you were there from the 28th of October to early January 1979. You've testified today that you didn't see the accused, Duch, at S21. You've also testified that you didn't see him torture. While you were at S21, did you hear of his name? And the reason why I ask you that is that in your statement to the co-prosecutors, you at D200146779, that's the English ERN, and we'll supply the Khmer shortly, you stated, I only heard from others that Duch was the big chief there. My question is, did you hear from others that Duch was the big chief whilst you were at S21 back in 1978 and early 1979, or did you only hear that afterwards?
Response. Regarding the person named Duch, I never saw him. Even I would have seen him, I would not recognize him. I only heard that he was the big chief of Tuos Lai because grandfather Di Pon, who were detained next to me, told me about Duch, and I never looked into his face anyway if I even had seen him.
Thank you. And that was told to you whilst you were in the large cell. Is that correct?
Response, that is correct.
I just have a couple of questions about the large cell in which you were detained, and I would ask that, Mr. President, that we show on the screen D69, it's a video clip, D69 V0017 2525, and it's at the 42-second mark. It's a picture, what we believe to be the large cell, and I would ask that the witness be able to comment on that.
Just as a matter of clarification, Mr. Smith, is this a video that is part of the material provided by the expert appointed by the court? I can't remember his name, it starts with Z.
It's Mr. Zoran Lesic.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's a separate video material that was provided and placed on the case file last year.
But it's not the material that's still under consideration, the Vietnamese film?
No, Your Honour, it's quite separate.
Thank you.
The President, the AV unit is advised to project that document, please, if you can. document D69 0017 2525.
Mr. Chum, do you see a photograph on your screen? It's a photograph that we believe to be a photograph of a large cell at S21. Can you look at that photograph and comment on whether or not that was similar to the situation that you were in when you were placed in a large cell in the evening for those 2 months in 1978?
Response. I think looking at the people who were lying down on the floors, it would have been in the large common room, but having seen him sitting up like this, I don't know whether it is taken from that cell, because people would not be allowed to sit up.
Thank you. And perhaps if we can just show a brief video clip which comes from this video, Your Honour. It's from 43 seconds to 59 seconds. And this is what is believed to be a reconstruction of what a large cell looked like back in 1978. Can you look at this film clip and tell the court whether or not that's a familiar sight to you, bearing in mind where you stayed in the large cell? Your Honour, with your permission, can we play the video?
The President, could you please verify the reference number to this video clip, for example, the ERN number or the number like that, please?
Thank you, Your Honour. It's the same video, D69 V0017 2525, and it's from 43 seconds to 59 seconds, and it's a documentary produced by Bill Brummel in relation to S21. If the AV...
President, the audio and visual officers, could you arrange to have that video clip displayed?
Mr. Chum, that video clip that was on your screen was not a video clip from 1978, but a reconstruction as to what witnesses had said that large room was like. We would like your comment on the accuracy of that video clip as to whether it accords with your experience being placed in that large room for those 2 months.
Mr. Co-Prosecutor, that video clip which I just saw is exactly the same to the condition that I was in at the time. However, the previous photo of a person sitting was not usual, because usually if everybody lies down, all had to lie down. If you wanted to sit up, you had to ask for permission.
And perhaps one question about that large room. You testified today that often people were taken out of that large cell and never returned. Can you tell the court how often people were taken out of that room? Was it, or how often?
People were taken out. Previously, they were taken out from a different long bar. And one incident, 3 people from the same long bar were taken from my row.
And when they were taken out, did the guard come into the room or were they called out from the door?
People would come and unlock the long bar, but before that, our hands would be cuffed to the back before the long bar would be removed. So they first cuffed our hands to the back.
And one last question. If you can look at E53 Annex 4-46, it's a photograph taken by the expert Mr. Zoran Lesic. And Mr. Chumay, it's a photograph of you in a small cell at a reconstruction last year. And I just have one brief question about that, if that can be shown on the screen, Your Honour.
Mr. President, the AV unit, can you display the file E53.4 on the screen?
Mr. Chumay, you stated that for the 12 days that you were interrogated and tortured, that you were placed in this cell for that period of time. What was the feeling? What was the feeling you had when you were placed in this cell day in and day out after being tortured for 12 days?
Chumay, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, when I entered that room and cell, I could not expect that I would survive. At that time, I only lied down on my back, waiting just to be killed. It was the first time that I lied down directly on the floor, first time in my life. And it was the first time in my life that I was hosed with water when I was detained there. Even if you raise a pig, you had to give food to the pig. But for me, I only got a spoonful of very thin gruel. The President, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, your time runs out. Uncle May, please recompose yourself. This is the time that we are conducting our trial. Next, I would like to give the floor to the civil party lawyers in Group 1. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to inform the Chamber on behalf of all civil party groups that we suggest and we hope that the Chamber will accept that those lawyers who represent the civil parties have priority in questioning and get the most of the time, and the other groups will only ask additional questions. And I think this is a reasonable proposal, and all civil party lawyers agree upon this proposal, and that would mean concerning Mr. Chumay that mainly Mr. Hong Kim Sun, who was his lawyer from the starting point, and I myself as international lawyer from the beginning would like to begin today, and then the other lawyers would ask additional questions, and I hope the Chamber will, of course, not exceeding the 40 minutes that are provided for questioning. And I hope the Chamber will agree upon this. Thank you.
The President, you can proceed with that arrangement. And I hope the lawyers for Group 1 and Group 3 do not object in this approach.
We do not, Your Honor, and the position is exactly as stated by Mr. Dinsky.
The President, Mr. Studziński or Mr. Hong Kim Soon, you can now take the floor to ask questions to Uncle Chumay. The floor is yours. Hong Kim Soon. Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honours, good afternoon, Uncle Chumay. I am a lawyer, of course you're a lawyer, and I would like to ask the questions. From the day you received a summons to appear in this chamber, what was your feeling? Chumay. Mr. Lawyer, my feeling after I received the summons to appear before this chamber was so exciting, so happy. I was so clear in my mind that I would testify, to shed light before this chamber, to tell the truth. I felt so relieved. If I were not able to come before this court to testify before your Honours and Mr. Lawyer, my mind was so disturbed, so bothering, and I wanted to get it out of my chest. Thank you, says Mr. Hong Kim Soon. So it means you want to show the suffering physically and emotionally to this chamber. And I would like to ask the question. You already stated to the chamber regarding the torture inflicted upon you at S21, or commonly known as a Tulslai prison, regarding the toe pulling, and you also informed the number of the people who tortured and interrogated you. Can you recall the name of the person who pulled your toenails? Jummai, Mr. Lawyer, the first person who tortured me was Say. After he fed up with beating me up, then Comrade Ho, he had a scar near his eye, and later on Say told Ho that I did not confess, and so Comrade Ho rolled up his sleeves, got a stick and beat me up. After that stick was broken, he used another stick to beat me up, and he scolded me, "You motherfucker, how come you still hide the information?" After he scolded me, then he left. My question is, says Hong Kam Soon, what was the name amongst the three people? That is Comrade Tet, Comrade Ho, and Comrade Say was the one who used a plier to squeeze and pull out your toenails? What was the name amongst the three people? That is Comrade Tet, Comrade Ho, and Comrade Say was the one who used a plier to squeeze and pull out your toenails? Jummai, Mr. Lawyer, the person who pulled my toenails was Comrade Say. And Comrade Tet did not pull my toenails, he only beat me up. Thank you, says Hong Kam Soon. Comrade Say was the person who pulled my toenails, and he also sat on my head and threatened me. You confess or not? Thank you, says Hong Kam Soon. My next question. When your toenails, both toenails were pulled out, was there a lot of blood? How painful was it? And how long did the pain last? Jummai, Mr. Lawyer, the toenails pulling was done each day for 2 days. So it was painful. I could not walk straight. I could walk little by little in smaller steps. And in my mind, I knew physically it was so painful, but emotionally, I was so painful as well. Thank you, says Hong Kam Soon. So after the nails were pulled out, it was wounded. When the wounds recovered, in a month's time, in 2 months' time? Jummai. It took more than 1 month before it's recovered and I could walk properly. Thank you, says Hong Kam Soon. You already stated to the chamber regarding the allegation made by the interrogators at S21 that you were a CIA agent, and of course it was not true. So how did you feel? Because you were not, and that you were wrongly accused. What was your feeling? ជុំមី On this matter, I could never forget the suffering that I received at S21 until the day that I died. And once the justice can be done by your honors, then I would feel better. Thank you. Say Songkom Soon. And after you were free and left S21 until today, when you heard the name Tul Slang Prison, in your mind, how do you feel? Chumai, Mr. Lawyer, on this matter, it has been more than 3 months. Whenever the word Tul Slang Prison comes to my mind, I could not hold my tear. It drops automatically every single day when I have heard about S21, about Tul Slang, about torture. Then my tears just keep flowing. And in my mind, I do not know what's going to happen to me in the future, as I could not control my tear when I have heard such words. So then I asked the PBO, the psychological organization, and I was told that because of the anger and of the trauma I suffered during the Khmer Rouge regime, that I need to keep my mind free from those feelings. However, how hard I tried, my tears still drop. Mr. Hong Kumsun, Uncle, please recompose yourself in order to answer my questions. I do not have much time left. It's still also regarding your emotion. So, right now, you have freedom, you have the right to move around and to speak freely. And when you make frequent trips to Tul Slang, how do you feel? You feel you have the freedom that you have now, or when you were there, you feel that you were still in that era, that period of time? On this very matter that I have tried my best for about 30 years in order to seek assistance from the human rights organizations to find justice for me. At that time, I had no right at all. I could not speak. I could not hear. I could not see anything. I was not allowed to see or hear or say anything during that 3 years, 8 months, 20 days period. It was the most suffering period in my entire life. I had no right, no freedom, and I had nobody that I could express the suffering to. Thank you, says Songkom Soon. I have another question before I hand the floor to the international lawyer. When the people who tortured you and then you were sent back to the individual cell, you had a very suffering. You wept. You cried. Did you have the right to cry so that other people could hear the cry? Mr. Lawyer, at that time, not even weeping, even just whispering, we were not allowed. We were not allowed to make any noise. When I wept, I could not make any noise. I wept a lot and I had no more tears to weep. I was only waiting for the day that I would be killed at that time. Thank you, Say Songpam Soon. Mr. President, I would like now to give the floor to my international lawyer. The international lawyer, the floor is yours, says the President.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Tomei. I have only a few questions and would like to start with the cell that we have seen from the reenactment. And could you describe a little bit more how were the circumstances when you were in this cell? For example, was it dark? Had you light? How was the exact size of this cell? Could you elaborate a little bit on this? Thank you.
Miss Lawyer, in that individual cell, when I entered, there was a cartridge case and a plastic container. The cartridge case was for the feces and the plastic container was for the urine. And when they were full, I should tell the guard. The room was about 2 meters times 1 meter wide.
Was there a guard in front of your cell, in front of the door, outside? If you wanted, for example, something to drink, or that they come to take the boxes or the ammunition box with them?
Miss Lawyer, we were guarded constantly. When we were thirsty, we asked for water. Whatever was given, we just took it. We did not dare to ask for more. If we were given a half full of a glass, we just took it. Or if we were given a full glass, we just took it.
Was your impression that there was a guard outside of the cell, or did you have to shout very loud to reach a guard?
Miss Lawyer, when I was thirsty, I would ask, brother, I want some water, I am thirsty. So the guard would fetch a glass of water and walk to the cell and gave it to me. After that, I drank. Even if I could get rid of my thirst or not, I would not ask for more.
Was the cell dark the whole time, or did you have light in the cell?
Miss Lawyer, that cell was constantly dark. There was no light because all the windows to that room were all closed. So both day and night it was all dark. It was all the same.
Could you have, from nowadays on, if you look back, could you have any orientation about how long you were in this cell, or how long you were in this cell? Any time orientation?
Jummai. I was in that individual cell for only 12 days and 12 nights. After that, I was placed in the common room upstairs until Phnom Penh fell.
I have now one additional question to the interrogators. You've already named them and said they had different shifts. I would like to know, was always only one person in the interrogation cell, or were more than one present during the interrogation?
Jummai, Miss Lawyer, there was only one interrogator. For example, Comrade Singh, he interrogated as well as he typed on the typewriter.
In the moment when Hor came in to beat you up, as you have told us, was he alone in the room, or was another interrogator in the room?
Jummai, Miss Lawyer, at that time I was with Comrade Singh, who interrogated me. When Comrade Ho entered, then Comrade Singh reported to him that I did not confess. So after he heard that, Comrade Ho rolled up his sleeves. He pulled a stick and beat me up. One stick was broken. Then he used another stick. And there were actually a bunch, quite a large bunch of sticks next to the table.
Thank you. That was like, I could call it like a control through Hor, and then to intervene that you should confess and to beat you up. And I take it like this, that Hor controlled if Singh already get a complete confession from you.
Jummai, Miss Lawyer, I cannot understand the question clearly. Can you repeat? Thank you.
Yes. Am I right that you said that Hor entered the room and that he controlled if you have already given a complete confession and to intervene then?
Response. I find it difficult to respond because I did not know whether Hor came to control the confession or not. But at that time, only after hearing what Singh told him, Hor immediately grabbed a stick and beat me right in front of Singh. And Hor was a well-built person, and later on he explained to me and asked me to recognize him as the person named Hor. He told me later on I would be easy to be recognized with the scars on my face, so please remember it.
Thank you. Was it the only time that Hor entered the room during the 12 days and nights?
Response: Yes, it was the only time he came in.
My next My next question concerns the time when you have already left the individual cell and when you started your work in the workshop. And I would like to know if from this moment when you started the work until the end when you could leave to Slang, if you have been threatened, beaten, or insulted by guards or other staff of S21.
Response: During the time when I was working, I was no longer mistreated. During the day, they would let me work in the workshop outside to the other fence, and at night they would take me back and put the cuffs and shackles on me. And later on, of course, I was threatened to be shot.
Thank you, Mr. Chumay. I have a last question, and this is, I would like to know which question would you like to ask the accused. Could you please tell the chamber what is your painful question?
Response: The question that I would seek the permission from the President to ask Deutsch would be about the CIA and its organization. So I only have 2 questions to ask him. The President: What questions are you going to ask to the accused? Mr. Chumay, my question is, when I was accused of being CIA, have all the CIA agents been smashed or all, or are there still any CIA agents remain? Number 2, when you mentioned about Angka, what kind of Angka was it? Because when I went to Tuol Slang, I was asked by students about Angka, and I could not answer to them, and they asked me who Pol Pot was, and I could not respond to those young students because I myself cannot say that Pol Pot and Khmer Rouge would be the same, so I am ambivalent when it comes to who is who here. The President, would you want to ask him 3 questions or 2, especially when it comes to the last one about who would be Pol Pot? Mr. Chumay, actually the last question was about the question the students asked me and that I could not find the answer. That's why I would probably refer it to Deutsch. The president, the accused, have you listened to his questions? And the first question is that he was accused of being CIA agent, and he went on to say that have all the CIA agents already been gotten rid of? The accused, Mr. President and Brother May, I would like to clarify that the term CIA, I think you have been observing the proceedings long ago, and that the CIA is the term used to refer to people who were opposing them. So CIA here were not people who received salaries or organized by the Americans. It was meant to refer to those who oppose the CPK, and that we still have some of them. And those who oppose the CPK still remain. That's why they won or have beaten the CPK. So the real CIAs and the CIA pursued by the CPK are different. So CPK, for example, implicated you as CIA. They only identified you who were opposing them. That's why you were presumed as being the CIA agent. So the opponents of the CPK have beaten the CPK, so I don't think they have been gotten rid of anyway. The President, the second question from Mr. Chumai is seeking your explanation about the term Angka. What would it mean? Thank you, Mr. President, said the accused. I would like to tell Brother Chumai that Angka referred to the standing committee. Among them, they even called Pol Pot as Angka. And for example, like me, I who worked at S21, I called Son Sen Angka because Son Sen represented the standing committee. And that's all. The President, is there any further questions the lawyer would like to put to the witness, Ms. Studzinski?
No, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. From our core group, let's say, in this case, there are no further questions. I would give the floor to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Mr. Chumai. I would like to ask you the following questions. They are related to your period of imprisonment at S21. First, when you were detained at S21, did you have the feeling that the guards, the interrogators, or other staff of S21 had feelings of fear or even were terrorized?
Response. At S21, for the period of about 4 months, I never looked at them in the face. I just looked to the ground when I walked past them. And during the times when I was there, I was blindfolded and shackled. And when I was walking upstairs, then they would pull my ears up and down. And I was so scared that I could not look at them into the face.
Question. Est-ce que lorsque vous
Question.
avez été détenu,
When you were detained in S21, did you ever hear guards or interrogators laughing or having fun amongst themselves? Or did you only have a feeling that there was an atmosphere of terror prevailing everywhere?
មានការកើតឡើងនៃការភ័យខ្លាចគ្រប់ទាំងអស់នៅក្នុងទីកន្លែងនោះចំពោះពួកគេទាំងអស់នោះ
Response. At that time, when I worked behind the location, actually, I heard when people laughed, when people cried, and I don't know whether they laughed for. I mean, they had fun having tortured prisoners or not. And as Deutsch already mentioned, he did not hear anything, and I don't believe his testimony, because even I worked far behind the premises. I could even hear the screams, the cries, and when people stopped to break, then there would be less noisy. Then later on, we would hear some further noises.
Merci. Question.
Thank you. My next question. When you were detained in the common room along with many other prisoners, did you ever see detainees coming back into the room after having been interrogated or after having been tortured?
Response. Some could be seen coming back. Some had disappeared.
Question.
Next question. When you yourself were detained in that common room after having been tortured, did you explain, even very quietly, to your neighbors what had happened to you? Did you explain to them how you had been in the individual cell? Did you explain to them, even in whispers, how you were tortured?
ឬក៏លោកអ៊ំមានខ្សឹបអ្នកនៅចិត្តអ៊ំទេថាតើគេធ្វើអ្វីខ្លះចំពោះលោកអ៊ំនិងធ្វើទរណកម្មអ្វីខ្លះចំពោះលោកអ៊ំនោះ
Response. I did not talk to my neighbors, nor explain anything. One day I heard the noise of a truck at about 11 p.m. and I asked my neighbor why the truck came, but in whisper. But we did not let the guards who were guarding outside know our whispering, and the guy told me that the truck would come to collect prisoners to be taken away to be smashed at Cheung Ak. And I had to wait until the moment that past 12 p.m. at night that I could sleep, because otherwise I would be taken on the truck to be smashed. So another day.
Question. Was there a degree of solidarity, mutual help, cooperation amongst the prisoners?
Response. No one could help one else. Everyone was on his or her own, because how could we help one another, because we were shackles, and anything could be done upon permission from the guards. Even when we moved and then made some noise, then we would be beaten if we did not let the guards know about our movement.
Question. Est-ce que
Next question.
un garde
Was there always one guard who was awake and with you in the common room?
ដែលគាត់នៅយាមរហូតនៅក្នុងបន្ទប់រួមនោះ
Response. Guard would be walking back and forth on the corridor, and then we would shout to them to bring some water when we were thirsty, and when we would like to sit up, then we would also ask them for permission to do so.
Enfin, dernière question.
My last
Est-ce que
question.
vous avez eu conscience que vous étiez
Were you aware that you were all victims, or
vous avez craint
did
que ceux qui
even
étaient
you
à côté de vous étaient peut-être
fear that some of the people perhaps who were detained and shackled next to you possibly were traitors?
អ្នកដែលនៅចិត្តលោកអ៊ំទាំងអស់នោះដែលត្រូវបានគេដាក់ខ្នោះនោះគឺជាពួកជនក្បត់ទាំងអស់ដែរឬទេ
Response. I think everyone who would be shackled there would have been pursued as traitors already. So, as Doj already mentioned, everyone who entered Tuol Slang would never be released, and it is obviously true.
Ainsi, en fait, vous-même,
So, in fact, you yourself, as a detainee in Tuol Sleng, you were never in a position to be able to trust the other detainees shackled next to you. You were never in a position to have any amount of trust in your co-detainees.
Response. How could we trust them? Of course, I could whisper into the ear of my neighbor about the truck once, but I never been able to ask them why they were arrested, or because the guard would be very vigilant, and we could be hurt and we could be in trouble.
merci, Monsieur Choumet.
Thank you, Mr. Chumé.
The President, now the time allocated for civil party lawyers have already been used, and the Chamber would like to take 20-minute adjournment. We will resume at 3:10 p.m. The court official, could you please take Uncle Chumay to have arrest before he could be returned to the courtroom? So only when I could get to Thmat Pong that I could recognize where I could come back to Phnom Penh. So a lot of other people were evacuated and driven away by the soldiers. So I was carrying a machete, a long knife, and then I tried to cut sugar cane to substitute the water that I had been very thirsty for quite a long time. And then we walked further, and then we reached Dan Roy village. We met about 15 soldiers, and we saw that a group of villagers was still under their control. Then I walked toward them, and with a machete I knew for sure that whatever happened I would try to defend myself with the whip. Then I reached a location called Snao. I cheated that I came to see my child, but actually the child was not there. It was just a pretext. Then later on I met my family. Then I met the woman who worked at the sewing unit with my wife, and then we worked together to collect rice to put them in the barn. And then I hid again in the barn. At that time, I was so scared of the Vietnamese, and we lived in Bai Chan for some time. I was called to attend a meeting, and I went together with other people, and then I asked if I could become a soldier, and they said no. And then I said if I could be recruited as a soldier, I would be deployed at Frahtol, but they said no. The president, when the Khmer Rouge employed you to work in Phnom Penh, what happened to your wife? Was she reunited with you in Phnom Penh? Mr. Chumai, they allowed her to come to live near Cherang Chomreh to work in the production unit there. Then when I was sent to Orisay, I asked them if I could have my family together, work together near me. So my family was sent as request to live or to work near Orisay. The president, do you know who made the decision to arrest you? Especially the person who issued such decision. You know who he was? Mr. Chumai, I guess before I was arrested, there was Mr. Kun who was in charge of the sewing unit. Kun was already arrested, and his subordinate, grandfather Chum, was the president. And later on, Chum was arrested, and then Comrade Yong was promoted to be the chief. Then he told me that in Ratanakiri he was looking after the baby elephant for Pol Pot. At that time, he burned down the bridge which links to Bo Kao area, and of course, I was the one who was part in fixing that burned down bridge, but I did not tell him about this. Later on, after Comrade Yong was arrested, there was another woman from southwest, Comrade Wan, with dark complexion. And then there was Comrade Lin, who came to work with Comrade Wan. Wan and Lin were the two people who made the decision to arrest me and send to Tuol Sleng. The President, when you were arrested, what charges were you told during the Democratic Cambodia regime? The interpreter could not hear Mr. Chumai. The President, when you were sent to security office of S21, were you sent directly to that office, or were you sent to another location when people were waiting to receive you before you were ultimately sent to S21, now known as Tuol Sleng prison? Mr. Chumai, when I arrived, there were no people to receive us because people stormed us and had me handcuffed immediately, and I, during midway, asked them to look after my family, only to learn that they kicked me until I collapsed. You said, Mr. President, that you were arrested along with other people, altogether 3 of you, and that later on you were unfolded. No, you were and you were stripped off and then handcuffed and then detained. What about the other 3 people? Were they treated the same like the way you were treated?
I didn't know about that, I knew only about myself. We want to know when you were sent in, there were 3 of you, so when you were photographed and when you were asked about your biography and when the clothes were taken off and the cuffs were uncuffed, what happened to the other 2? Were they in the same way? The interpreter could not hear the witness. The President. Uncle, please be mindful with the microphone button. You need to turn on the button so that the interpreter could hear and could interpret for the international audience and parties. So before you speak, please you switch on your microphone first. Mr. President, so when you were put into the center, you were put into an individual self where you were by yourself. Is this correct? That is correct, Mr. President. Question. You talked in details regarding the treatment by the S21 staff on you from the time that you entered the detention office of S21, the interrogation together with the torture in the form of a hot method was done on you consecutively for 12 days, 12 nights. Is that correct? That is correct, Mr. President. Question. You also stated that you were beaten up with a whip or with a stick during the interrogation, and because they wanted you to use the actual proper words that they used, but because you did not use the correct words, then you were beaten with 100 lashes. What do you mean by you were beaten for 100 lashes? What type of stick or whip was it? Can you describe? Mr. President, there were bamboo sticks, there were rattan sticks or tree branches the size of a stump, and at that time at the corner I saw a whole bunch of those sticks for used to whip or hit on the prisoner. Question. When you were beaten during the interrogation, were you sitting or were you lying with your face down on the floor? I was sitting and my leg was shackled. President, so you were asked to sit directly on the floor or on a chair when you were being interrogated? I was ordered to sit directly on the floor with my legs straight. President, besides the stick, that's the word you use, because in your previous document you used the word club, which is different from a stick. Now you talk about a stick. Probably the difference is the size or the types of the material used. So I think that the main difference between the stick and the club is the size. What about the subsequent torture? What types of tools were used on you? I was not beaten with a club, but I was beaten with a stick. It's about the size of a thumb. And when one was broken, they used another one. And my question is, that type of torture, how many times did it happen when you were tortured during your interrogation with the use of the stick, and that your nails were also pulled and you were also electrocuted? So I want to know specifically the different types of torture. Regarding the sticks, how many times? They used the sticks to beat me up every single day during that period. They always had a bunch of the sticks ready at the corner of a table. And on that table they had a typewriter on it and a bunch of sticks just laying nearby. So after I was interrogated and beaten, then the person came back to type, and after that the same process continued. So they always had a bunch of sticks ready near the table where they put the typewriter on. The President, when they interrogated you, what was the main focus of the interrogation? What did they want from you during that interrogation? At that time, they asked me about the KGB and CIA. That was the main focus, nothing else. And if we answered about other things, then I would be beaten. And if I talked about Cambodia, for example, I would not allow it. They would beat me up. The President, and on which sessions that during that interrogations that your toenails were pulled? On which day? I cannot recall the exact day. However, talking about the nail pulling, I think it was about 1 week into that period of interrogation. The President. So it means you were beaten and tortured for interrogation, and during the process of that torture, about a week later, your nails were pulled. Can you describe clearly, in details, the way or how they pulled your nails during that interrogation? Mr. President, the beating with the stick was on a daily basis. They had a bunch of the sticks ready. So I raised my left hand to defend myself, and one of my fingers was broken. But because I kept the same response that I did not know anything about the KGB or the CIA, then they used a plier to twist my toenail, and because it was not pulled out, then the person pulled out my toenail. The President. So they did not have to use any extra equipment because your legs were already shackled, so they used a pinch or a plier to squeeze on your toenail, and then they pull it out. Did the nail detach? Mr. President, yes, the nail was completely detached from my toe. They twisted the nail with the plier, and because the nail did not come out, so they pull out. You meant the entire nail was pulled out, or only just part of the nail was pulled out? Asked the President. Mr. President, actually it's the entire nail was detached from the toe. Did the nail grow? Asked the President. Mr. Chomei, yes, but it was not informity, it was deformed. It grew back, but it was deformed. Mr. President, can you show us that nail or that toe with the deformed nail? That should be it. The interpreter cannot hear the witness. Do you mean the toes from on both feet were pulled out? Asked the President. The AB unit, can you zoom into the toes of the witness? You can now go back to the table, thank you, says the President. The President. So when they tortured you, they use a plier to squeeze and pull out your nail. They did on both toes of your feet. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct, says Jummai. The toe pulling, was it done just in one session or was it done in a subsequent session as well? Asked the President. Jummai. On one day, one side of the nails were pulled and the other side was pulled on the next day. The President, when you were interrogated with torture in the form of electrocution, how many times did they electrocute you? Jummai, Mr. President, I was electrocuted twice and I felt unconscious for both times. The President, you stated that the electrocution was not in the same form as stated by the accused, that is, without using the dynamo winding manually, but actually the electricity was a full current, 220 volt, from the volt outlet. That is the normal voltage used in the office. Is that correct? So they use the one wire to pull into your ear? Yes, one wire was put into my ear, says Jummai, and when I felt unconscious, they pulled the wire out. The President, the accused said, the method of electrocution was only in the form of manual winding dynamo, but in real practice the interrogator actually used the current, the voltage from the volt outlet. But from what the accused says, the original plan was to use the manually winding dynamo. But then if the volt outlet was used by the interrogator, probably was done by the interrogators and without his knowledge. My next question to you is that during the times that you were tortured, for example, when you were beaten up with a lot of lashes, or when your nails were pulled out, or when you were electrocuted, a moment after the torture, did they have any medics to fix your wound? Jummai. No, there was no medics to come and check up on me. I could even hardly walk. The President, you said on the 7th of January 1979 at 11 a.m. the situation was changed, so you gathered together with other survivors and left the location under the threat by the armed guards to walk in line. And the question is, first, how many survivors, or at that time, how many prisoners were there who walked along with you at gunpoint, leaving the S21 office toward Tul Tumpung and Preso and other locations as you described? How many of you were altogether, and were you cuffed? Mr. President, I did not count the actual number, but there were more than 10 of us. They did not cuff us. We could walk freely, but they pointed the guns at us. The President. How many of you? There were about 15 of us, Mr. President. The President, when you left, from the time that you left, and while you were in the forest or while you were lost in the forest or during your journey, did you ever meet the accused? I never met him. Even if I met him, I would not recognize him. President, can you recall the day that T came to look for the sewing machine repairer or mechanic? You know the date? Mr. President, when he came to ask about that matter, I was no longer interrogated, so they came to look for me at the detention cell. President, so you were interrogated for 12 days and 12 nights, and after that they stopped interrogating you. And what was the reason for stopping the interrogation? They stopped interrogating me because I confessed that I joined the CIA and the KGB. It was due to my confession. The President, why did they believe your confession? Did you implicate other people? Because in the form of interrogation on the biography and then your personal activities and then the activities of your network or the treacherous network, and that was a part of the structure of the confession. Was the form of the interrogation on you in a similar way, talking about your own activities and the activities of your network? Mr. President, I confess that I did join the CIA or the KGB, but actually it was a fabrication because I was beaten so severely, so I just implicated other people. The President, we understand on the truthfulness of the confession, but we wanted to know about whether after the confession was extracted, then they stopped torturing you. So they interrogated you, and then you made a false confession that you acknowledge that you are part of a CIA or KGB network with your own treacherous network, and you just use names of various other people in order to avoid being tortured. Is that correct? That is very correct, Mr. President. The President, you entered as 21. Do you recall the date? I entered on the 28th of October 1978. President, from the 28th of October 1978, besides the experience of what you encountered regarding the treatment on you by the S-21 security staff, did you observe the general situation in this office? For example, the condition of the detention, the torture, or any other situation that you might have observed? Mr. President, besides myself, the rest. One day when I was fixing the sewing machine, a person was, 3 people were carried behind my back to be buried near the one big tree. President, did you ever see any torture being done on other prisoners? No, I did not, but I could hear the screaming. President, did you ever see the accused committing any torture on any other people during your detention there? No, I did not see that. The President, because you said you not even knew the accused at the time, right? The President, when you were released to go and repair the sewing machines, besides repairing the sewing machines, you were also asked to repair a generator. Or was it a water pump? So then you were asked to repair a water pump. So during that time, at night. So let's first ask about your working hours. Mr. President, the working hours were non-stop. There was no rest. What do you mean? If people worked without non-stop, probably died after 1 week. So how many sessions did you work? Day, night, or day, afternoon, and night shift? When I was allowed to work in the back, I worked in 2 sessions. In the morning, I worked from morning until 4 p.m. and I only stopped for meal. President, and at night, where did they allow you to sleep? At night, I was taken to the upper floor, to the very top floor. And I was put in those long shackles, so I slept along with in a stack of other people. I slept with Tatoon, the dentist. The President. So it meant even if you were allowed to work to fix the sewing machine or the water pumps at night time, after you finished your work, after your evening meal, then you were taken to the 2nd floor in the common room and you were shackled in a long bar as other prisoners, right? That is correct, Mr. President. We were shackled during the entire night, and in the morning I was unshackled and then I went to work. President, what about the incidents that you saw to children while you were working there? You said you saw the two children there already, or you only saw the two children only on the last day, that is the 7th of January 1979? Mr. President, those two children, from what I could say, they went to the location at the back for about 1 month. In the morning, they went there. So I looked at them and I asked the Comrade Sok, who was cooking there, whose children, and I was told they belong to Ta Cheng On. So I stopped asking questions. The President, did you know the fate of what happened to the two children? You may know I did not. However, when I went inside and when the gate was closed, the two children were there, left, where they cooked the food. The President, before you left, did you observe that within the compound of S21, were there any other remaining prisoners? Mr. President, from what I could estimate, there was no remaining prisoner. Maybe only those two children remained. I later on heard that the two children stayed amongst the pile of clothes. The President, I want to know about the remaining soldiers. Were there any other prisoners remained, or the noise from them that make you to conclude that there would be some other prisoners? No, I did not, Mr. President, because when I left, I left. The President, when did you return to Preso Security Office after the Liberation Day of 7 January 1979? Mr. President, could you please ask again? The President, after your trip to Omlang, after you got lost, and later on you met your current wife, and that you tried to hide from the Vietnamese soldiers, I want to know when did you return to that location again at S21 or Tuol Sleng? Mr. President, at that time I was working with the transport section in Odom. It was several months later when Mr. Ung Pach called me to make a movie and the photographs. So altogether there were only 7 of us, and I asked why they needed to photograph us. I was told that it was for the purpose of giving to an international organization, and that the previous photos taken by the German group was not believed by the United Nations. So the German team came again and found the 7 of us, took our photos, and later on it was believed by the UN.
The President, thank you, Uncle. It is now time to take an adjournment, so we will adjourn for 20 minutes and resume at 10 to 11. The court official, could you please help make sure that the witness is taken to his waiting room? President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Before the adjournment, we noticed that the national lawyer were on her feet. What would you like to make? What is your comments? Tisrina, thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to make comments. I raised my hand before the adjournment because I was about to ask for the permission from the President to put questions, 2 questions to the witness. We knew that our time has already run out, but we would like to ask him about the event when he left S21, and my next question links to his statement that he tried to stop people from torturing him. So I think these will be the 2 main questions I would like to ask. The President, as the Chamber has already decided, and we have indicated clearly that the 4 groups have 40 minutes, 10 minutes each, to put questions to the survivor. Since the Chamber notes that the opportunity for questions to be put before Chumai have been grabbed by the international lawyers, and now that the national lawyer would need to ask only 2 questions, so your request is granted. Please, the floor is yours. Tisrina, thank you, Mr. President, for once again giving me the opportunity to put questions to Uncle Chumai. Good afternoon, Uncle Chumai. My questions will be brief, and I will make them short, and we would like to thank you very much for your testimony. Question number 1 is, during the time when you left S21, it was the event when the Vietnamese troops nearly approached S21, and the situation at that time was chaotic. And the guards of S21 tried to flee S21 compound. May I ask you, before you left the compound, did you check or see any rooms whether you saw dead bodies or other prisoners? Could you please elaborate further on this? Response. Thank you, the lawyer. Before I left S21 for arm's length, I did not inspect any room. I mean the south building. I just left immediately, and after I returned, I was called to have my photo taken at Tuol Sleng, and at that time I saw a bed with the dead body, but it's only seen through the photo, not the real event. And I asked about the photos, and he told me that when the Vietnamese came and those prisoners who could not walk were shot by the Khmer Rouge, and they died instantly on those beds. And having listened to Dutch, he said that only 4 prisoners were ultimately killed, but I have counted the dead body, I mean the people who died. There were 14 of them. Thank you, said Ms. Tisrina. Why did not you check in the rooms? Did you leave hastily or were you forced to leave the compound? Response. When I was leaving, I did not check inside the rooms because we were pointed the guns at us and we had to be walking straight forward into a straight line, and we could not even dare turn back. Thank you, Uncle, said Tisrina. My second question is, when you were tortured to extract confession, the interrogators who interrogated you, did they give you the names or ask you or dictate the names to be written in the confession, or the names have been written by yourself? Response. I'm sorry, I think I may need you to repeat the question. Tisrina, I will try to rephrase the question. When you were being asked or interrogated, in order that you respond and with the names of people who were behind your network or people who ordered you to become CIA agent, such thing like that. So were the names given to you to write down in the confession, or were the name spontaneously brought up by you yourself? Response. They did not give me with names. They only asked me to think about the people, my network, and how many people of my associates who joined the CIA and or KGB. I was limited to only confess to the matter of CIA and KGB, not other matters, and I was not given much time to respond. I had to really respond immediately without delay. And at that time, I did not know whether other people implicated me in their confession that led to my arrest, because I did not make any mistake that led to my arrest at all. So I also wanted to know how many KGB or CIA agents still remain, the question that I have already asked to Dutch, because the question seemed to be be thoroughly inflicted on us to get to answer the network of CIA or KGB so that we could survive. And this matter makes me want to ask once again, how many KGB or CIA agents are still or still remain, and when people were accused of being enemies, how many enemies are there? Have they all been smashed, or are they still living? So who actually created the mechanism to ask question or interrogate prisoners to tell them about the CIA and or KGB networks? I have heard that people were implicated as CIA or KGB agents, although they have committed or maybe made a mistake by breaking a pin or committed other wrongdoing, then they would be presumed as CIA or KGB. Tisrina, after having responded and implicated people in the confession, have you realized the fates of those people you have implicated? Response. I have not observed whether the people I have implicated in the confession would be arrested, because the time for confession was rather short. It was 4-month period, so I did not see them. Tisrina, thank you very much, Uncle Chumay. I have no further question, and thank you, Mr. President. The President, I would like to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to put questions to the witness if they would wish to do so. Mr. Kasawut, thank you, Mr. President, and the Chamber. I would like to ask a question to the witness. You said that 2 children went to look for gruel. Could you identify whether they were boys or girls? Response. Mr. Lawyer, they were boys. The youngest one was about 1 year or so. The elder brother was about 3 years old, and they would go there to find gruel for eating. Thank you, said Mr. Kas. What you said that after you asked question to the cook who told you that the children belong to Cheng On, and the person still, one of them still survives among the 2. My next question was the cook, the female cook you called alias So. Do you know where she lives now? The witness. I don't think I know where she lives. I am searching for the information of Comrade So, because we had worked together closely near the kitchen, and I would like to know where she is also. Thank you. The third question, said Mr. Kasawut. At the workshop where you were working, did you have a hammock? The witness, I did not have a hammock. Mr. Kasawut, thank you. The reason I asked that question because some people told us that the two children would sleep on their hammock there. The fourth question, have you did you organize or put the instruments in the workshop in order, or were they scattered around else everywhere? Response: the workshop was not well organized. It was a mess. The pan used for cooking gruel would be left at one place, while the machines, the sewing machines that I got fixed, would be lying disorderly. Thank you, said Mr. Kasawat. Question number 5. When the Khmer Rouge soldiers shot your wife dead and your 2-month-old son, did you notice that your son get killed when your wife was dying? Response: at that time, she was carrying the baby, and I think that when the mother died, they would also kill the baby because it is the nature of the Khmer Rouge. Thank you, said Mr. Kasawut. Last question. When you were introduced to the reenactment at S21, and when Deutsche made the statement to apologize to all the victims, I remember that you said you were waiting for this phrase for almost 30 years. Do you still recall having said that? Response: Mr. Lawyer, I do remember having said that. Mr. Kasawat, thank you for recalling the statement. Could you please tell us that you have been waiting for 30 years to hear that word? So can you elaborate further on that phrase? Response: I have been waiting for many years to hear the words from Deutsch, who would say that, because at the beginning he said he was an intellectual, he was a teacher, and he said that he would not be easily moved by the four groups of people. And I thought that he realized that and awakened that he had killed people, and I thought that he would not any day say such thing like that. That's why, having heard that, I was happy, and he shed his tears before me at Tuol Slang. I told him that I would not use a few teardrops to wash away the suffering of the more than 2 million Cambodian people who perished during the regime. So the sheds of tears would not be able to wash away those suffering. Only the court can help to wash away those suffering.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not have any more questions. The President, Defense Council, the International Defense Council, do you have any question to be put to Uncle Chumai? If you have, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no questions for Mr. Chumei.
President, judges of the bench, do you have any questions to be put to Uncle Chumei?
Yes, President, I would appreciate locating on the aerial photograph of S21 precisely where Chum Mai's workshop was during the period that he was working there as a mechanic. I'm wondering if the prosecutors have the reference to that aerial photograph, please.
Yes, Your Honour, we've called it up now and we asked that it be switched to our screens.
Is it acceptable, President, to ask for it to be switched to the prosecutor's screen?
The President, the AV unit, can you switch the screen to the co-prosecutor's screen?
Thank you. Chum Mai, you have said that you were working in a workshop as a mechanic and it was near the kitchen or part of the kitchen. Can you tell us exactly where that workshop was by looking at this photograph which has been taken from the air? First of all, do you recognize the buildings the way they are laid out in that photograph?
Chumei, Your Honor, all these buildings are the actual reflection of the situation, but there was actually a rear gate. Now there are a lot of flats. Usually at the exit there was a long building with a corrugated metal roof. First, Comrade Sok put all the food supplied into one side, and then there was also a sewing machine at that location, and also a pile of a lot of clothes were along that building, and next there was a kitchen with those large cooking pans for gruel. And after that, that was a Takung's location. It's a wood workshop for building and fixing chairs and tables. And next there would be a rabbit racing ground, and then a pig pens to the south. And a little bit to the west there was a big tree, and that was the location where dead bodies were carried behind my backs to be buried under that big tree. And when I worked in my workshop, I was facing that big tree, and Mr. Pach was working nearby as well. So they dug the pit under the big tree and they buried the dead bodies. I don't know how many dead bodies there, but for the incident that I saw 3 dead bodies. They were carried in the corrugated zinc plate. It's like a stretch. And those dead bodies were buried under that big tree. However, now that big tree was gone.
Thank you. Is the building that you've described shown on this photograph?
John, from what I can see, it's hard to say anything because at that time that building had no walls. There was only a roof on that building. It was not in the horizontal formation.
When you talk about the rear entrance, where this roof line was that behind blocks B and C?
It's hard for me to recognize the building B or C, but if you talk about the east or the west, then yes, I probably can say it better. It was actually behind those two buildings.
Well, if you look at the top right of this photograph, where the little circle is highlighting, you can see that north to the right and west to the top of the picture. Can you see that?
Yes, I saw that direction. The building was to the west of that building.
So the building you have described as really just being a roof attached to a fence was behind B and C. Is that right? On the western boundary.
John, it was not attached to the fence. From that fence, there was a large ground, and after passing that large ground, then there will be the kitchen and my workshop. And if we went across further to the top, that would be the other building. So that building was not attached to the fence near these two buildings.
But the building was behind B and C, to the west of B and C. Is that correct?
John, yes, it's clearly that the building was to the west of these two buildings.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Your Honour. That seems to clarify the matter. There is when you look on the screen, and this is D4511, you can see the blue dot at the bottom of the screen, and that shows the photograph from a different angle, but it sounds like it's being clarified. Your Honours, in relation to the Vietnamese video, which Your Honours are still determining the admissibility of, that video, I believe, shows this workshop, shows the pile of clothes, and so it shows the very things that Mr. Chum May is referring to. So either that could be shown now, or alternatively, I would just ask that be remembered when looking at that particular video, the way he's described it.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I think the President made it clear yesterday that we have still to determine that issue. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
The President Judge Lavange. The President. Mr. Kang Kech Yếu, what has been said by Chung Mei regarding the likely location of the workshop and the kitchen within the S21 compound? It was to the upper part of the photo. It means it was to the west of building B and C, and there was a fair distance from those two buildings. So there was a large ground in between those two buildings and the workshop. Thus, his description reflects the actual location of the kitchen and the workshop. The accused, Mr. President, the description of Brother Mate is correct. The workshop building where Brother May worked was the former Tulsalang High School. I went into that building for one time for about 2 minutes to see how people build the cases for ammunition storage. And the prosecutor, Tang Senarong, also showed me the photo. So actually, formally, it was a school building, and it is true that it was to the west of these two buildings. The President, the International Co-Prosecutor requested yesterday by Robert Petrie regarding the video clip, and we deferred the decision on that until an appropriate time when a decision can be made. After our discussion, so actually on last Friday we discussed the remaining issues and made some decisions on certain issue, but that issue and a few other issues are yet to be decided, so we defer the matter until further notice. And now the hearing of the testimony of Chung Mei, the survivor of the S21 security office, has come to an end. Therefore, the chamber will adjourn today's hearing. The chamber will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning by hearing the testimony of another survivor as scheduled by the chamber and which have been informed to the public and the parties already. Court officer, can you arrange for Uncle Chung Mei to return to his residence? And the security officer take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back tomorrow morning before 9 a.m. The court is now adjourned.
The President, please be seated. The court is in session. We're going to hear the testimony from Mr. Chummai. And before we proceed further, we would like to remind Uncle Chummai that you should not press any button on that mic because we have already discussed with the AV unit and that the mic will be activated automatically. So after I put any questions to you or other parties put a question to you, what you have to do is to wait a moment after you see the red light on the mic to indicate that you can start responding. And because your testimony will go through the interpretation and it takes some time before the questions can be interpreted into another language, and then you can also wait before you can respond to any questions. And the court officer is advised to please make sure that the mic is placed somewhere so that it is convenient enough for him to see the red light so that he knows when to begin responding. The President, Uncle May, can you tell the court about the consequences and the sufferings you have been inflicted on by the Khmer soldiers and the tortures you sustained during the time when you were under captivity at Tuol Sleng? Tell us about the suffering you have suffered physically and mentally. Mr. Chummai, Mr. President, I had been tortured and I have a feeling that I was treated more like an animal, and it was so painful because when I entered the cell I saw the ammunition box that they put for us to relieve ourselves. And I told myself that it was horrible because we could not find anything to sleep on except lying directly on the bare floor. And we had to relieve ourselves at the same place where we ate and slept. And twice a week we would be sprayed the water on. The mic of the president is not activated. The president, the chamber notes that your toes have been severely damaged because they were tortured and they were pulled by pliers, and that you also been beaten with sticks and electrocuted. However, we have not seen any scars left over from other torture techniques except the damaged toes. But we want to know, mentally, how you have suffered from that traumatization. The president, please do not press the mic. Only wait until you see the red light, then you can start responding to the question, because the light only is on when the translation from my question is rendered. Mr. Chomai. When I was tortured, I was not a human being. I was an animal. And I saw the ammunition box they gave us to relieve ourselves and put us to sleep on the bare floor, and I could smell the excrement and urine, and they sprayed waters on us twice a week. The president, please tell us about your mental fitness after you have encountered such experience. How can you cope with such torture? So has your mental fitness changed after that? Mr. Chomai, mentally, I have been paying so much attention to the court, and I really would like the court to find justice for me. That's what I am concentrating on. So far, I have paid a visit to the court regularly because I would like to know from the proceedings of the court. I cry every night. Every time I hear people talk about Khmer Rouge, it reminds me of my wife and kids. I am like a mentally ill person now, because I could think back about the time when my wife was put at S24 Presor and I was placed at S21. She was pregnant and I did not know how she could deliver the baby. And one day I heard the judge asked questions about the situation at Presor, and I learned that the 8 pregnant women. And then I could not hold back my tears when having heard about the pregnant women. I could presumed that my wife would be among them. And then when I met her, and she said that she had delivered the baby already 2 months back. And then during my journey, I saw a woman delivering a baby under the shade of a palm tree. Then I gave her a Khmer scarf before I went on with my journey. That's why I could not hold back my emotion. The President, is there any judges of the bench who would wish to put questions to the witness? The floor is yours, Judge Silver Cartwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chum Mai, for coming today and for being here all through the proceedings. I have just 2 or 3 questions for clarification. Earlier on, the President asked you if you knew what charges you were charged with when you were arrested and taken to S21. Unfortunately, we didn't hear the translation of that, so I'd like to know what your answer was, please.
Mr. Chumai, Your Honor, at that time I was accused of being the CIA and KGB agent, and I did not know anything about the groups, although I heard of them, and I did not know the roles of those people. And even until now, I am still longing for the reason why I was accused of being CIA and KGB, because I have never known anything about them.
So the first people to mention CIA or KGB to you were those who arrested you. Is that correct?
Mr. Chumai, that is correct. However, I am not satisfied even until now, because my 2-month-old baby was taken away to be executed, and that at the location there were about 2,000 children who were detained, and I saw a very old lady who was detained. I did not know how this old lady and the young children could end up being CIA or KGB agents, so I could presume that what they were doing was to really eliminate race.
When you say that 2,000 children were detained and your 2-month-old child was taken away, are you talking about Presor or S21?
Mr. Chumai, when I left S21, I met my wife at Presor. Further from Presor, it was Ong Snul area, and my wife already gave birth to my son, and we met three women, and I asked if I could carry the baby. Then we crossed the road to the other side, to the north, of course, and then there were two Vietnamese trucks, and then people fired from the trucks on us, and we were separated, and I went to the north with grandfather Eng and grandfather Di Pon.
Thank you. It's probably a translation problem, but may I just clarify, were you carrying your 2-month-old son after you met your wife and the 3 women, or was this some other person's child?
John, I was carrying my own son at the time. And when we were crossing to the north side of the road, the Vietnamese shot at us, so we split. Half went to the front and the rest stayed behind. I saw my son from 7 a.m. and until 7 p.m. when we were separated.
So did your wife and son both get killed at that stage when the Vietnamese fired on you?
John, my son did not die at that time. After the Vietnamese soldiers shot at us, I made a journey together with my wife, and when we reached near Srathul, I saw a woman delivering a baby under the shade of the palm tree. So my wife gave a scarf to that woman, and then we continued our journey until we reached Srathul Pagoda. And at that pagoda, we entered the pagoda asking for some rice from the villagers in order to cook our rice or gruel. And at that location, we saw about 50 soldiers, and they asked us where we came from, and I told them we came from the sewing factory, and that I came from my village was from the east, and we were asked to wait until we get the letter from Onka, then we would be given the food ration. So we stayed there. And from what I can recall, it was about 12 o'clock, the soldiers left, and there was one militiaman who guarding us, walking around the bed that we were sitting on, and it was about 12 a.m., midnight. There were some armed people coming to ask for us. Where are those 3 who are supposed to be killed? And the militiaman told they were here, sleeping on the bed. So when I heard that, I woke Ta Eng up, and then they told me now they already received a letter from Onka and we had to travel. And they said the female had to go first because they walked slow. And after we walked past the pagoda, about 1 kilometer, however, it was a full moon, so we could see. And then there was a spray of fires, the bullets flying around, and my wife shouted for me to go, to flee. And then Ta Eng, who was in front of me, he collapsed, and he also told me to run. So I ran away, and they shot behind me, and then I concealed myself behind a termite mound, and then I crawled along the rice dike and they were looking for me around the termite mound, but I already left the termite mound at the time. So I fled. However, I did not know which direction I took because I was lost. And it's about dawn. I went back and hid myself in the bush. And then, when it was dark, I continued running again for 3 nights in a row. So on the 3rd night, I saw 2 women carrying a basket of rice on their head, and I asked them whether I was almost near Mat Pong, and I was told that no, it's wrong, you are almost reaching Om Leang, and Mat Pong was behind. So I ran back. After I ran back, when it was light, then I went and hid myself in the forest, and when it's dark, I continued running again. And when I almost reached Mat Pong Mountains, it's called Phum Thum village. After I asked them, they told me that it's not far. The Mat Pong was not far, and that was about 4 or 5 a.m. So I made my trips to Mat Pong Mountain, and at the base of the Mat Pong Mountain, when I left, there were a lot of people living on the base of the mountain. But when I went back, nobody was there, all gone. So I went into a hut, and I found a long knife, and I took the knife and carried the knife. And I cut 2 sugar canes. I ate the sugar canes, and I almost swallowed the sugar canes after I sucked the juice because I was so hungry. So I took the same path that I went in order to go back. And then along the way I made a group of 15 people who were asked to prepare the ox carts going to Om Leang. And I was asked where I went. I told the person that I went to Snao Cooperative to pick up my children. And when I went to Snao, I was asked again that, and I told them I went to Kreng to pick up my children. And at Kreng, I met my current wife who was there. So we stayed in that house, we collected some rice. And when the Vietnamese truck convoy driving past, I fled, and I was warned not to flee, otherwise I would be shot. So I concealed myself, and later on I came to Bai Chan when people came to their native village of Bai Chan. And at Bai Chan factory, I stayed there for a while, and I was still fearful of Vietnamese soldiers. So every time I saw Vietnamese soldiers walking by, I concealed myself in the rice barn. Every time I saw Vietnamese soldiers, I was so scared and I hid.
Can I just go back to when the militiaman fired guns at your wife? I understand everything that you have told me, but I need to clarify. Is that when your wife was killed, and was that when your baby was killed? Is that the correct time?
Your Honor, at that time my son was alive, he was crying. After I fled for quite a long distance, I could not hear his cry anymore.
Thank you. Now, just going back very briefly to the CIA and KGB, you have told me that you had heard those words before, but you did not understand what they meant. Is that correct?
Your Honor, that is correct.
Thank you. And finally, you said you saw 2 children as you left S21 and you knew whose children they were. Did you know the parents of these children? Were they also detained at S21? Or how did you know their names?
John, the children whom I saw, I didn't know how they survived, but when I was working at the back, the children came out to look for food, for gruel, and at night time I did not know where they slept. However, during the day, they went to the kitchen at about 7 or 8 a.m. And when I asked the cook, Comrade Sok, about the children and about their parents, and I was told that they belong to Ta Cheng On.
And was Da Cheng On a member of the staff or someone who was also a prisoner at S21?
Your Honor, I did not know who Cheng On was.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have no further questions.
The President, Judges of the bench, if you have any questions, Judge Lavain, should you take the floor?
Bonjour, Monsieur le témoin.
Good morning, Mr. Chumei. If I understood correctly your statement, you have said that you did not know the accused at the time when you were detained in S21. Is this what you really said? Or did you meet the accused at that time?
Your Honor, I did not meet the accused or know him. I only heard through Comrade Sok that the children belong to Ta Cheng On. And after the fall of Phnom Penh, then when the gate was closed, the children were left behind at the kitchen. And later on I learned that the children concealed themselves behind a pile of clothes.
Judge Lavergne, I also understood you to say that when you were arrested, you were immediately ill-treated, you were photographed, you were asked to give your biography, and after that you were led into an individual cell. Is this correct? Is this what you actually said?
Conceal themselves behind a pile of clothes.
Judge Lavergne, I also understood you to say that when you were arrested, you were immediately ill-treated, you were photographed, you were asked to give your biography, and after that you were led into an individual cell. Is this correct? Is this what you actually said?
Your Honor, before I was taken to that detention, I was stripped of the clothes. I only had shorts on my body. At that time, I was taken to the cell. They put the chain on me first, then they removed the cuff and the blindfold.
Could you, for the court, give us a brief description of this cell? How large was it? Could you lie down? Were there other detainees in the cell with you or close to you? Could you give us a description of what it was like?
ទីតាំងឬក៏កន្លែងឃុំខ្លួនតូចនឹងឲ្យតុលាការជ្រាបបានទេ
In that cell, when I was placed in there, I was asked to sleep on the floor directly, and I was told the cartridge was for me to relieve myself, and the plastic container was for me to urine, and I was ordered not to talk to the neighbors, to the prisoners who was in a separate room. And when they put the chain on my legs, I was ordered to ask for permission if I changed my position when I slept. Otherwise, I would receive 200 lashes.
Vous êtes resté dans cette cellule.
Judge Lavergne, you remained in that cell throughout the whole duration of your interrogation period, and then it is only after the end of your interrogation that you were put in a collective cell. Is this correct?
បន្ទប់ឃុំខ្លួនរួមឬក៏នៅក្នុងបន្ទប់សម្រាប់ម្នាក់ៗនោះ
Your Honor, at that time, when I was placed in the individual cell, during the interrogation period, once the interrogation completed, I was moved to put in a common room where I was shackled in the long row of bars with other inmates. At that time, DuPont, the dentist, was also detained in that same room with me.
Judge Lavergne, it is at the time when you were in the common room that somebody came up asking whether there were any mechanics available, or was that question put to you before you got to go and stay into the common room?
Your Honor, before I was placed in the common room, I was in the individual cell. But once the interrogation was over, I was asked whether I came from the sewing factory, and I told him yes. Then Comrade T told me that tomorrow I would go to work and that he would give me the clothes, but he warned me not to flee, otherwise I would be shot dead. So next morning, I was given a set of clothes.
Judge Lavergne, could you please tell us these common rooms were on the second or third floor of the building. Is this correct? The common rooms were upstairs. Or where were they? Could you explain to us where they were located in the building?
Your Honor, it was on the top floor. It was the third floor of that building. The first floor was the individual cells. The second floor was those with the wooden cells. And on the top floor, it was the common room with the shackled and the long bars.
Est-ce que dans cette cellule
in the common room, was there a blackboard with instructions and rules that you had to follow?
Your Honor, in the common room there was no blackboard.
Est-ce que tous les détenus qui étaient dans cette cellule collective,
all the detainees in the collective room, in the common room, were they all in the same kind of situation as you? Were they going to be working like you for S21? Or were there in that common room people who were detainees on a constant basis?
Your Honor, I did not know clearly whether they were detainees there on a permanent basis, but usually when I entered in the evening, all of us were shackled. And when we were all shackled, I quietly asked the person next to me why the truck arrives at that hour, and the person whispered to me that, "Be quiet, the truck came to take us to be killed at June 8." That's what I was told. And that was told to me by the person who lied down next to me.
vous êtes
Judge Lavergne, you were detained in that common room until the release from S21, or did you have some other detention arrangement or regime?
Your Honor, I did not stay in anywhere else besides that one.
Judge Lavergne, during the duration of your detention, which was of several months, can you give us an idea of how long you stayed in this common cell, or can you tell us if you noticed that prisoners were being taken away by the guards? Was there a lot of change, or were they always the same prisoners staying there?
At that time, there were always new detainees. Sometimes for one night, new people, new prisoners were in that room, and some old ones left. For the new ones who came in, I saw the clothes with the mat on.
Judge Lavergne, do you know what happened to these co-prisoners who were sharing the same cell with you? Do you know in particular, before the end of S21, if the cell was emptied out in one go, or were people leaving successfully? Can you tell us a little bit what happened? Successively, corrects the interpreter. And can you tell us the amount of people who were detained with you in this cell?
រួមជាមួយលោកនឹងតើជោគវាសនារបស់ពួកគេនេះយ៉ាងដូចម្ដេចតើលោកដឹងទេ
Your Honor, some people left, some people returned, and some people reached Omlang. What I was know for sure, Tatun, the watch repairer, died, and Dipon, he also died. Dipon was the dentist whom I referred to.
Judge Lavergne, when you say they died, you mean they died at S21 or did they die afterwards?
បាទជំរាប
Your Honor, they died at the vicinity near Omlang. From what I know, the accused also said the other day during his hearing that Dipon died of illness.
Judge Lavergne, do you have an idea of the amount of people who were in this cell? The amount of people who were with you, who were detained in this common cell?
បន្ទប់រួមហ្នឹងតើមានចំនួនប្រមាណអ្នកបាទ
In the common room, from what I could estimate, there were about 40 of us.
Judge Lavergne, can you tell us where the workshop was located, the workshop where you were working?
ដែលលោកធ្វើការជួសជុលនោះស្ថិតនៅកន្លែងណាដែរ
The workshop where I did the repair, it was to the back. It was outside the fence. At that time, there was another fence, and the workshop was on the big compound covered with zinc. However, the workshop had no walls, and there was a pile of clothes. When the prisoners were taken and killed at Chiang Ai, they brought back the clothes and they piled the clothes there. And next to that location, there was a kitchen with big rice cooking pot. And next to that was the workshop where I repaired the machines. And at another location nearby, at the Takung's location, it was a wood workshop. He fixed the chairs, tables, etc. And next to that, it was like a rabbit or chicken farm and pig pen. So I usually fix the sewing machine in the workshop, and sometimes I saw that prisoners were carried to be buried next to the big tree there. They did not have any proper stretches to carry, but they have a handmade zinc just to carry the dead bodies, and that big tree was just opposite the workshop where I fixed the sewing machines.
Judge Lavergne, so if I understand correctly, the workshop was not in one of the buildings of the main compound. It was behind the buildings. And you said that there were no walls. Was there a roof, however?
That is correct, Your Honor. There were no walls. However, there was a roof on the workshop.
Judge Lavergne, when you were in the workshop, was there a guard there on a constant basis to watch over you? Were you chained? Were the measures taken concerning you? Or did you enjoy a certain amount of freedom? Well, freedom, quote unquote, you can say.
Your Honor, we were not allowed to move freely. Where we worked, we had to stay at that location. Of course, if we just go to relieve ourselves, yes, we could. And there was a person guarding us. His name was Jab.
Judge Lavergne, how many people were working with you in this workshop?
Your Honor, there were Tapak, Takung, myself, and Ta Dipont. So there were 4 or 5 of us all together. Pak, Dipont, Takung, and myself. So 4.
Judge Lavergne, well, what happened to these prisoners? Were they still there when S21 was liberated, or what happened at the end of S21?
Mr. Chumai, at that time, 2 people returned, but Grandfather Tuon and Grandfather Dipon did not return, leaving only Mr. Pak and Grandfather Kung, who have seen returned. Now Grandfather Kung and Pak already died. They just died recently.
Judge Lavergne, when you say that 2 people did not come back or return, do you mean that they disappeared because they had been taken away by S21 guards, or were they alive and they did not return because, well, you didn't get any news from them?
Mr. Chumai, I have not heard any news about them, but I heard the accused said that Grandfather Dipon died, and I asked people who returned who confirmed that Tuon or Grandfather Tuon also died.
Vous nous avez
Laverne, you explained to us that you were able to find your wife again at Pressar, and during your entire stay at S21, did you receive any news from your wife and from your family? Or, well, for you, seeing your wife again, was it a real discovery to find her again and to find her alive?
Mr. Chummai, at that time, I had no connection with my family who were detained at Pressar. Only after I left Tuol Sleng, I met her accidentally at the watermelon plantation while the Vietnamese troop opened fire on us.
Judge Laverne, well, I know that many questions were put to you and it must be very painful for you, but I still need to clarify this. So if I understood well, you met your wife again with your baby, and then this attack occurred, an attack coming from soldiers who were in a Vietnamese army truck, and it is as of that moment that you were separated from your wife and that you no longer had any news from your wife and from your baby. Is that what I must understand? Or did you find your wife again after this incident with the Vietnamese soldiers?
Mr. Chummai, when I left Tuol Sleng, we were walking and we spent a moment at Pressar. We only left Pressar at dawn, and we reached Ong Snuol when I met my wife who had given birth to my baby 2 months ago, and then my family was asked to walk to Om Lang with other women, and I asked them if I could carry my baby. Then we were walking, we were crossing the road to the other side, heading to Ong Snuol. Then we saw 2 trucks of Vietnamese soldiers who immediately opened fire at the Khmer Rouge soldiers. And during the attack, we were separated. I mean, the group of people was separated, and then people went to the north, and I walked with my wife to the north while the attack was still intensified. And then, after all, only I, my wife, and grandfather Eng were walking separately to Om Lang, though we didn't know where Om Lang would be.
Judge Laverne, can you tell us the number of people from your family who died during the Democratic Kampuchea period? You spoke about a child that you lost during the evacuation from Phnom Penh. Did other members of your family die during this period?
Mr. Chumai.
កូនខ្ញុំបានតែខ្ញុំ
First, my child died at Brekdam, and other two daughters, and later on when I worked at Orisai, my daughters were made to sew, and when the Phnom Penh was liberated, we were departed, and I did not know where the daughters had gone, so I presumed that they all died, including altogether 5 members of my family died. And when I got back to my village, all members of the 3 families, only 2 returned. The other disappeared. They belong to my relatives.
Judge Lavergne, thank you very much, Mr. Chumay, for your testimony. I no longer have any further questions. Thank you.
The President, is there any other judges who would wish to put further questions to the witness? The floor is yours. There is no further questions from the bench, and since it is now time to take an adjournment for lunch, so we will take the adjournment and resume at 1:30 p.m. The court official, please make sure that Uncle Chumay is offered refreshment and food, and the accused is now advised to be taken back to the detention facility by the guards and return to the courtroom by 1:30 p.m.
à reconduire l'accusé au centre de détention pour la pause déjeuner et le ramener ici d'ici 13h30. Je vous remercie.